Closed session adjourned regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle. Councilmember Kelly-Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
There are no blue folder items for closed session.
Okay, there's nobody in the audience here. Is there anyone online for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items?
There are no participants on Zoom and no e-comments for closed session items.
Okay, could you read off what we're going to discuss in closed session, please?
As authorized by the government code as listed on the Pueblo City Council agenda, Council will discuss the following closed session items. F1, conference with real property negotiator regarding the property at 123 International Boardwalk, Redondo Beach, California, 90277, a portion of APN 7505-002-908. Item F2, conference with real property negotiator regarding the properties at 100 and 130 International Boardwalk, Redondo Beach, California, 90277, a portion of APN number 7505-002-932. F3, conference with real property negotiator regarding the property at Fisherman's Wharf, 200 to 250 Fisherman's Wharf, Redondo Beach, California, 90277. It's a portion of APN 7505-002-934. F4, another conference with real property negotiator, the property at 2500 Marine Avenue, Redondo Beach, California, 90278, a portion of APN 4149-005-042, and item F5, conference with legal counsel for existing litigation regarding the JAMS arbitration case reference number 522-000-6179, the Honorable Candace Cooper, Harry Stuver et al. Versus Redondo Beach Police Department and City of Redondo Beach, and that is all.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to each of these items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For items F1 through F3, we will be joined by Elizabeth House, our Waterfront and Community Services Director, as well as John Getz, our outside legal counsel on the matters. For F1, we will also have David Biggs, our Project Manager. For F2 and F3, we will be joined by Catherine Buck, our Waterfront and Economic Development Manager. And then for item F4, we will have Luke Smoody, and they're with us, Assistant to the City Manager.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to close session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Castle absent. So we will be back on or about 6 o'clock to report out on any closed session items that are reportable and to start the normal open session meeting. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order, reconvening to open session from closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here?
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji. Here. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. And could you let the record show that Councilmember Castle attended as of 4:10? City Manager, is there anything to report out of closed session?
Just one update, Joshua Dale, outside legal counsel, joined us for item F5. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I am calling to order the 6 p.m. open session of the regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Any member of the audience who's participated in the military, either a veteran or active duty, would you mind standing to be recognized for your service? Okay, and now let us all rise for the pledge to the flag, and then please remain standing afterwards for a moment of silent invocation. We don't have a student tonight, so I'll lead it. Put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Okay, if you're following along, we're going down to item D, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1234 travel expense reports. We have no presentations or proclamations tonight. I do want to announce that we will be, Councilmember Obaji may be leaving us around 7:15, I believe, and that's justified with a just cause reason out of the Brown Act, SB 707. No council vote is required on that, but it allows him to participate remotely, and the reason is childcare. Correct?
Correct.
Councilmember Obaji? Okay. I do have two other announcements. Let's see. I was fortunate enough to open up the Greek Festival this past weekend. That was a great success, our 62nd year of doing it. It's great community service. It was a lot of fun and some great food and music too. Also got to attend the soft opening of the water polo down in the harbor. They're supposed to be having their first real tournament this weekend, and they've got 2 courts set up this year. So, and they'll be going the rest of the summer. So looks like a promising new set of events down in the harbor to draw people down into it. And that's all I had. Let's see, we'll go with Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. Thursday last week was a busy day. In the morning, I attended the South Bay City's COG legislative briefing, where we heard from Maxine Waters and representatives from Adam Schiff, Ted Lieu, Nanette Berragan, Ben Allen, Almarit Suchi, and even, I think, a few others, including Tom Lasser, who gave us updates about the base. I then headed up to, or down to, the ICA Summer Seminar. There at that event, sessions I attended covered housing mandates and RENA requirements, protecting the character of our communities, AI-powered cybersecurity threats, public communications and ballot measure outreach, and the economic pressures facing cities in general. The highlight for me was the keynote from Army Ranger Kenny Thomas. He shared powerful lessons from the Battle of Mogadishu about leadership, accountability, teamwork, and recognizing the important role every person plays. Yesterday was the Women's Club of Redondo Beach Ice Cream Social. If you were there at 1 p.m., it was packed, standing room only with kids. After that, it was mostly people much older than children. Tomorrow is the Redondo Beach Police Department's Battle of the Badges Blood Drive. It's upstairs across the way in the library. You can go to ucedonor.com, enter in 90277, and it should be the first result if you want to sign up. There are still open spots, and their goal is to get to 150 donations. Cruising at the Lagoon every Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. in the harbor, and live music at the pier Thursday and Saturdays this summer. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Castle.
I attended the Independent Cities Association conference down in San Diego over the weekend as well, and attended the same lectures that Councilmember Waller did. And then coming up this next week, actually on Thursday, July 23rd, I'll host my community meeting with a special guest speaker from District 5, Councilmember Barrett, will be joining me for that meeting, and that will be next Thursday in the library at 5:30 p.m. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajevic.
Nothing today, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right, I have the same AB 1234, 1234 report. I traveled to Coronado for the Independent Cities Association Conference. And those expenses are on file with our executive assistant and clerk. I did want to report from that meeting that I moderated a panel on commercial development, how to bring back retail and commercial business in a housing-oriented California. And after the speakers shared their part, we got questions from the fellow elected council members, and they were just irate about the state's housing mandates. For example, Burbank reported that it has built more units. Burbank council members reported that they have built more units, residential units over the last 5 years or so, but their population has actually dropped in the same period of time. So there was a lot of contempt for the state's policies. We also heard from Stu Gary, who works for Citygate, who has previously done some studies on our fire department, talking about what little cities can do, small cities can do in response to rising prices and quotes from the county fire departments. And some of those options are partnering up with another adjacent city and what those relationships look like. And I'm sure we'll talk about that potentially in the future if an opportunity comes our way to do that with a fellow city. So great conference, great to hang with my fellow electeds and learn a lot about municipal governance. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
None tonight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see, we're going down to, there is no agency recess, so we're going down to item G, blue folder items, additional black backup materials. Do we have any tonight?
We do. Did you want to go to E?
I'm sorry?
Approve order of agenda?
Yeah, Mayor, I was going to
Oh,
mention
I'm
that,
sorry.
yeah.
I did skip one. Thank you for correcting me. Okay, approve order of the agenda. I would like the council to consider moving items O and Q, the city manager items, and referral to staff to after public participation, so we can let staff go home while we do our interviews with the commissioners.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, thank you for correcting me now. Is there any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor, there are 3 blue folder items. There's one item for H8, that's public communications regarding the naming of Redondo Open Space Park area as a Bill Brandt Gateway Park. There's an item for J1, which is public communications regarding non-agenda items. And there was an item for N1, which was the updated commission preference list and applicant attendance status. And that is all, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file?
Move to receive and file.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we're going to the consent calendar items. We have H1 through H8. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of the items?
Not to pull, but I did want to comment on one of the items, which was H7. And I thought, yeah, our senior traffic engineer, Ryan Liu, did a great job on that throughout the city. So I wanted to recognize it. And I did want to just mention for quickly for H8, I appreciated Jane Chung's precision and accuracy in preparation of that admin report. Thought that was good.
Okay, thank you.
I would
Any other member of the
I'd
council?
second the H7 comments.
Okay.
Just comments, not pulling.
Anyone else? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar items H1 through H8?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second before I call the vote. Does any member of the public wish to address any of the items H1 through H8? We do have some cards here, and I'll remind the public we are under new rules under the Brown Act, where we have to alternate between someone in the audience and anyone online. So the first one is Ron Morocco for item H8.
Mayor and Council, I'm Ron Morocco from District 3 here to speak on H8. I think it's great that you're naming the park after Bill Brand. I know that Councilman Barrett mentioned at the last meeting to give some thoughts about different names. And I thought that an appropriate name would be the Bill Brand Wetlands, because that's ultimately where it's going to be. It's going to be a unique geographic feature at that point. So I thought that that may be another alternative you may want to look at as far as the name goes. I'm also here to speak because in my conversations with Councilman Barrett when I was on the committee that looked at the charter, we talked about a lot of slow walking things. And I know that you have a policy and you're trying to get a policy for park naming. That may end up being a problem, a solution in search of a problem. There's only been 2 changes in park names in the last decade, since it's a century. The last major change was in 1973. So we're talking 2 changes in 50 years. I came to you guys on August 5th, 2025, suggesting that Joe Duiziak Park be named. There was a motion by Councilman Obaji, and there was a second by Councilman Waller to refer to staff. And I guess part of the slow walking thing that I see now in the city, it's another tool of slow walking. I don't know why or any criteria that Mr. Duiziak would not have the same status as Bill Brand. So I'm encouraging you. I know you, and I really do appreciate this is the fastest I've seen something come to the council with a significant impact. But I do think that former Councilman Duiziak is also worthy of the honor, and hope you bring that up sooner than later and not wait until the fall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone online that wishes to address H1 through H8?
There are no hands raised online, Mayor.
I see hand signals going on. So there's nobody online?
There's no hands online, correct.
Okay, so the next one is Joan Irvine. I have a card for Joan. And it's on item H8.
Mayor, City Council members, Joan Irvine, District 1, but I also kind of represent a number of people I've talked to in the industry. I respectfully oppose naming the park at Catalina and Redondo as a Bill Brand Gateway Park. I believe it should simply be called the Gateway Park, reflecting its location and purpose rather than being named after a political figure whose legacy remains deeply divisive in our community. My objection is not just personal. It's based on the significant policy decisions made during Bill Brand's years in public office that, in my opinion, harmed Redondo Beach economy and continues to affect our city today. For example, the opposition to the development at the Eddy Park, it reduced the tax bases. It caused us to have less apartments, and therefore, we didn't get to have affordable housing, and because of that, we didn't get the lead-in to the development. And also, it delayed it so much, so it's not affordable at all. The AES property remains unresolved after Measure B failed. Instead of moving forward with a balanced mixed-use project that included significant park space, the city has faced years of uncertainty, litigation, and delays costing taxpayers time and money. And this is something I had objected to back then. And, Bill welcomed Leo into our city because he was going to sell the city, a certain portion of it didn't happen, and we're still in litigation. And how much is that costing us? And during his tenure, the city council became one of the most divided and contentious in recent memory. Many residents felt that division, and that effect is still being felt today. Finally, I have a practical concern about the park. Who's going to be responsible for maintaining it? Will Public Works, already stretched thin, have the resources? Will the police department be expected to address additional enforcement issues there? There are questions that deserve answering before we move forward. Plus, if we can afford that, shouldn't we be able to afford the crossing guards for our kids? A public park should unite the community, not reopen old political divisions. If the city council chooses to name this park, I urge you to select a name that reflects the neighborhood and welcomes everybody. Please do not name this park after Bill Brand. Thank you.
Okay, anyone online?
There are no hands raised online, Mayor, and there was a comment for H7 in support.
Okay. Anyone else wish to address the council on H1 through H8? Looks like we got a late breaking card. Kathy McLeod. That's why you were walking up.
Not following the new decorum, I think. Hi, Kathy McLeod, 50-year resident of Redondo Beach. I'm here tonight to offer my full support in naming the new park on Redondo after and in honor of our former mayor, Bill Brand. It was evident he loved Redondo, the ocean, the beach lifestyle. In 2004, he created the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. And after elected, his quest for more open spaces, more parks, cleaner air and water was infectious and resonated throughout the entire city. Today, we find these natural resources more and more critical to preserve. I'll always hold deepest respect for Bill's determination to protect our city's most prized gem, King Harbor, from outside corporate interests and development. He took on this more is not always better challenge, proudly and against all odds and opposition, throughout his tenure and during his 4-year bouts with cancer. He also worked diligently with the residents on a lot of city matters, and small and large, and he always listened. He was always caring until there was resolutions. It is most fitting, and I can't think of a better way to honor the legacy of Bill Brand than to name the park after his honor. The park site is where Bill last made his last public appearance, and represents his last major feat, the closure of the AES power plant and the beginning of a cleaner air and more open space for us all to enjoy. He was a leader who led by example, and he did so much for the greater good of Redondo, and whose impacts will be felt for generations to come. And as a final thought, rather than a boring generic name for this park, it would be a wonderful opportunity when future students, tourists, and future generations ask, who was Bill Brand? The answer would be a man and a mayor of Redondo Beach who fought tirelessly until his last days for cleaner air, open space, natural habitat, and King Harbor. His name, I'm sure, will hold a lot of inspiration for those who ask that question. He was an inspiration to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone online?
There are no participants on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, anyone in the audience wish to address the council? Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Sure, I just wanted to make a remark. Bill Brand served 2 terms as a council member in Redondo Beach. I met him when I was running for Congress in 2012, and I came down here, and he was the fiercest, strongest fighter for no power plant in Redondo Beach, which is only to be recognized about 8 years, or much later, actually, probably about 10 years after that, after he started fighting for it. And they were considering renewing the power plant, right? Putting in a new power plant to replace this old, dying one. He then became mayor, and he didn't have a majority on council, and that was a tough job, but he stuck with it. Eventually, when I was elected in 2021, he did get a majority on council. A majority on council. And immediately what you saw was a leadership change in the city. And we hired Mike Kwasanski as city manager. And since that time, Redondo has started to experience a golden age. A golden age specifically also in our fire department, which had been neglected for years, both in equipment and training and resources, which is essential to public safety here in Redondo Beach. So Bill Brand, besides fighting for, no mall at the sea, did tremendous things for the city, both in stopping a new power plant from coming into existence by getting a majority and instilling the right leadership to take the city forward. And I'm proud he also fought for this piece of land and negotiated with the CEO of Edison to get us this swath of land and turn it into open space in a park-poor community. So I'm proud that the council is going forward with naming this park the Bill Brand Gateway Park.
Thank you, Councilmember Obaji. I want to echo those remarks and those of Kathy McLeod. This park this is the first edition of Parkland in the city since I've been here. And it wouldn't have happened without Bill, so it's right and befitting that we name this park after him. It is, as Kathy said, the last place he came out in public when we had to shut down the power plant ceremony. And that was a pretty moving ceremony. Sorry about that. He's my best friend. So I'm proud of the council, and I thank you for your support of this. And with that, I'll call the vote. This is for all items H1 through H8. All four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're going down to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that is not on the agenda tonight for discussion or action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. And as I've said before, the new Brown Act requirements require we alternate between people in the audience and people online, so I'll continue with that. So the first card I have here is Miles Burkhart.
Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Miles Burkhart. I've lived in Redondo Beach for 14 years. My background is 20 years in systems design and process improvement for Fortune 500 companies. I've also run tree climbing schools and done hundreds of aerial rescues. I'm also a wilderness first responder. You could say I know process and I love trees. You all take a lot of heat up here, and I want to recognize that. It can't be easy. I hope to be your ally and not your adversary. Let's start with some common ground. We can all agree that the city's density is increasing. That means more cars, kids, e-bikes, and they're on our streets and sidewalks, and that's real pressure on public safety. Mr. Mayor, you publicly noted, and I quote, "We don't have the staff to enforce all codes all the time across the whole city." I agree with that. I think a lot of people agree with that. In my experience, though, you can dramatically reduce pressure on a system by simply doing a little bit of work up front. I pondered this a little bit with Councilman Obaji weeks ago. I think the city could make steps and resolve 90% of the hedge and sightline complaints that they're seeing with a simple mailer, something like this. Just send it to residents twice a year, show the basic setback rules, and remind everyone to trim their hedges and clear their sidewalks. I built this as a sample. I also emailed Mr. Obaji the actual electronic files on this. A little reminder like this, it sure beats having a homeowner, have their first experience being a legal threat from the city, or worse. So I'd like you to please consider it. Request permission to receive and file.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
All right.
I'll give this to you guys here. Now, being an ally also means being honest when things go kind of off the rails. So I do remain opposed to any code enforcement pause for hedges and sightlines. I think these are safety issues. It seems to me that a lot of the loudest voices now are simply the ones who got caught trading their community safety for personal privacy. So I'm not convinced that code changes are needed either. Many of us are experiencing what I would call, or what we might call, systemic problems, not a wording problem. The code enforcement process, it feels kind of like a black hole right now to a lot of people. So I do look forward to returning here to show you some real issues and real examples, so we can fix what's actually broken. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone online?
There are a few hands raised, but Mayor, before we go forward, may I read the resolutions I need to read for section H?
Yes.
Thank you.
You should have interrupted me again.
I was trying, but, so we have H6, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2607-052, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications to update the position of fire chief. We also have H8, adopt by title only resolution number CC 2607-053, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, naming the Redondo Open Space Park area located at Redondo Street and Catalina Avenue is Bill Brand Gateway Park. And that is all, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So who's next online?
We have Mark Nelson with his hand raised.
Go ahead, Mark. Mark, are you there?
There.
Are you there, Mark?
Mark?
Is he just not responding?
He's not responding. He does not appear to be muted. So
Okay, is there someone else online we can?
there is. There's Daryl Boyd.
Go ahead, Daryl.
Daryl Boyd, District 3. Last Tuesday night, I spoke regarding this mayor and council's lack of honesty, transparency, proper disclosure, possible legal and ethical conduct problems. I also spoke about the lack of respect for the voices of residents when we speak either in city council meetings or even online. Last week on agenda item N2, during public comment, my point was proven. The mayor twice interrupted a resident, seemingly because he didn't like the direction she was taking and speaking her mind, which was her right to do, regarding the Beach Cities Health District, the Silverado situation, and the Sunrise situation. All of it was connected and leading to her opposition of the 1.25 FAR for BCHD. The mayor's interruptions of her right to speak freely threw her off and got her visibly upset. When she was finished, to make things worse, the District 4 council member, a disgraced former trial attorney, decided to call her back up to the podium to ask her a clarifying question, which was really just a show trial cross-examination of this resident, belittling her and upsetting her even further than what Jim White did to her. This was completely out of line. This was totally wrong. It was disgusting. The appearance of this, especially with Beach Cities Health District CEO Tom Backley in the gallery waiting to speak, was that both the mayor and District 4 council member were showing their allegiance to Beach Cities Health District over a resident of Redondo Beach. Disgraceful conduct by two elected representatives. The one especially has no business even being on the audit commission or a council member. Even more disgraceful was Beach Cities Health District CEO Tom Backley using 16 and 17-year-old children, all co-volunteers or employees, as his puppets to show for BCHD 1.25 FAR. Kids who have no adult experience or responsibilities. Kids who don't know the burden of paying rent, of owning a home, if you're lucky enough these days to own one, paying property taxes and a mortgage, trying to just keep your home and maintain your property values, and the legal right to peacefully enjoy our homes, which BCHD disrupts on a daily and nightly basis in surrounding neighborhoods. After I spoke, Jim Light admonished me for speaking up in protection of my property, my street, and my neighborhood against an out-of-line Beach Cities Health District CEO hack and two teenage kids who are telling adults what is best for the city. It was ludicrous. The whole thing was a clown show. Jim Light hates the First Amendment and free speech, and it clearly shows. I'm glad to see that more residents are waking up to the fact that this mayor and city council are out of control, and in so many ways. You may have been able to shut down the commission. You aren't going to shut down the growing dissent and voices against you, the city council, and this shady
It's
city
time.
government.
That is time.
Again
That is
tonight.
time.
Your time's up. Let's see, Holly Osborne?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dr. Osborne. I'm a resident of District 5. First, I want to say thank you for debundling the BCHD FAR from the housing element and general plan at the July 7th meeting last week. You did that apparently just before the meeting, even before the residents had to ask for it. I know you did that because you were afraid that since the asked for BCHD zoning FAR of 1.25 was higher than what the Planning Commission recommended of 0.5 or 0.75. You were afraid that the housing element wouldn't be approved, so you debundled it. Thank you. Please remember going forward that the citizens do not want that large FAR, which would enable a tower-like structure right next to a residential neighborhood. BCHD is supposed to be a healthy living area. For over 18 years, it has housed the most vulnerable members of our society, the elderly who suffer from dementia. By all accounts, Silverado, the agency running that facility, was doing an outstanding job. There's an article in last Monday's paper about that facility. Yet, BCHD had given notices of eviction to the 100 residents who live there. They are terminating Silverado's lease.
Their statement about Silverado out.
Even though they had recently admitted a new patient in December, assuring them that they would be taken care of. BCHD is doing this because they are thinking of contracting with another agency, Sunrise, who didn't want Silverado or that many ultra needy residents there. This does not sound like healthy living to me. You and BCHD need to be educated about Sunrise. Sunrise is first and foremost a real estate acquisition model. That is why they want to upzone the FAR. They aggressively expand into wealthier, higher desirable real estate markets, which explains their fierce determination to capture the Beach City's Health District campus in Redondo Beach. They did the same thing a few years ago in Vienna, Virginia, which is right next to their headquarters in McLean, Virginia, which I have many relatives. Sunrise has plans for independent living and assisted living patients, but adds extra fees to the dementia patients based on a computer model of care required. When the fees reach a certain level, their model is then to evict the patient so they can save on staffing. In some recent lawsuits, they were shown to have not even increased the staffing, just charged for it. So, while I was researching this, Mr. AI said Sunrise was infamous for involuntary 30-day evictions. They have been sued. Do not enable Sunrise or anyone else by a huge FAR. Redondo and other residents deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will be
Your
giving
time's
you
up.
this.
Motion receive and file.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay. Next online,
We
can
have
we go back
Vanessa.
to Mark?
Yeah, we can go back to Mark. Mark?
Are you there, Mark? Okay.
Can you hear
There
me
you
now?
are. Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. By the way, for what it's worth, your unmute thing came up at a huge lag, so I'm not sure what's going on. All right. So beyond partitioning the Article 27 vote from the PI FAR last week, there was also some discussion regarding the rest of the P-CF zoning, which is limited to 0.75. Except for Beach City's threat of litigation against the city, there's really no reason to spot upzone the Beach City's parcel to 1.25. The city of Redondo Beach is just as likely to need revenue in the future as Beach Cities does. Worse yet, Beach City suffers from a self-inflicted wound of paying 20 cents of every dollar to their executives. This is outrageous and well beyond any benchmarking. The spot upzoning will only pay 1/2 of the executive salaries. All P-CF should be either FAR 1.25, because I'm a taxpayer and I don't want you guys not to have an easy path to getting more revenue, or it should all be 0.75 or some other number. There's no reason to spot up zone beach cities. Regarding the P-SF annex site, that too seems to be spot up zoned. There's no reason that all the P-SF shouldn't all be 1.25 as well. I realize that zoning is a little bit different with the school districts, but there's no reason then not to give it to them also. Or again, we can take everything back to 0.75. I'm a taxpayer. I want my city and my school district on 100% even footing with Beach Cities. Beach Cities is an agency that serves a majority of non-Redondo Beach residents. And in a lot of areas, they serve a minority of district residents. And that includes Elko, where they're taking out loans against only residents to finish the building. The council needs to spend more time on FAR equity than cowering from the developer's law firm, even if it is what the AES guy was using. So I would argue very strongly that we neither need equity at 0.75 or equity at 1.25. Let's either go big or go fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair Roberts?
Hi, my name is Cher Roberts, and hi, Mayor, hi, Council. I am a owner in District 4. I have a concern because I'm probably sure this has come before you all many times before, but I live in a 4-unit HOA, and one of the units has decided to convert their garage to an ADU. So, very frustrating because not only did she decide to do this really without our permission, she submitted a letter to us saying that she was just going to do a meter panel upgrade, but she actually relocated our meters without our approval. So she did all of this work. She's converted her garage to an ADU. She's added an exterior step in front of the old garage, and this is one of the HOAs or condo units where the driveway is in the back, so you kind of have to curve around, and the step is impeding that curve to enter and exit our driveway. Because the meters were moved out of the cabinet out to the open area, she also had our mailboxes for a week just put on the ground where we were not able to receive mail service. In addition to converting her garage, there is now a concern because our common water heater was in the garage. So now there's a safety concern and we cannot access it. She did not get the HOA approval to do any of this, but yet when I reached out to the City of Redondo Beach building inspectors, Josemar Lopez and Peter Tucker, they were not helpful. They would not hear my concerns. In addition to all of this, the 1 of 4 unit that I bought in this HOA now is 1 of 5, which is diminishing my property value. So I am hopeful that the mayor and the board will reach out to these building inspectors to have these modifications revert back to the original state. I would also like the common areas that were altered without proper authorization, including the mailbox area, to be reverted back to its original state. And I sent emails to the mayor and my council district representative, but I have not gotten any reply. I also did bring pictures of how now our meter panels are looking.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay.
Sorry, clarifying.
Thank you.
Yes, you can ask a question.
Clarifying question. When did you send your email, if you don't mind me asking?
I will have to look at, but probably about 20 days ago, so.
Okay, would you mind resending it?
I will resend it.
zo@redondo.org, please.
I'm sorry, what did you?
zo@redondo.org.
Okay, I'm not
Thank
sure
you.
if that's the email I had, but okay, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone next online?
Yeah, Vanessa Cabello.
Who?
Vanessa Cabello.
Okay, Vanessa, are you there? Vanessa? One last time, Vanessa? Okay, can we go to the next one?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, one last shot, Vanessa. Okay, let's see, the last card I have is Joshua, can't quite, Gillens.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Joshua Gillens, 2305 Rockefeller Lane, also for the same 4-unit condominium building and the construction of an ADU. In addition to the previous comments, would like to point out to the council, the Public Records Act request was made to obtain permits and materials applications for this project. The request was ignored and unreasonably delayed. We've still not received any response to the public records request or any documents from the request. The permit applications that were made, electrical, other applications were made fraudulently, purporting to have authorization from all members of the HOA, which was not true. And the homeowner that built the ADU has also misrepresented to the HOA that external modifications to the common areas of the property, separate from the ADU, are requirements of the city of Redondo Beach, not the specific desire or option of the property owner. So we do request that you help us to have more information from the building inspectors, from the city clerk on the Public Records Act request, and any support in enforcing our obligations and rules as an HOA. Thank you.
Can you email me as well, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to Vanessa
Yes.
one more time. Okay, Vanessa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor Light and members of the City Council. My name is Vanessa Cabello and I live in District 4. I'm here tonight because Mayor Light on Facebook encouraged me to bring this issue directly to the City Council. So I've lived here in Redondo Beach for 11 years. The city is my home where I built my life, my friendship, my community. In fact, I've been a lifelong South Bay person. So over those 11 years in Redondo Beach, my rent has more than doubled. In fact, it's almost tripled. And I know I'm not alone. Nearly half of Redondo Beach households are renters, about 46 according to the recent census data. Yet renters often feel like we're invisible in conversations about the future of our city. Today, the median rent in Redondo Beach is over $3,400 per month. Across California, more than 40% of households are considered housing cost burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. These aren't just statistics, they're people, teachers, healthcare workers, retirees, longtime residents who are wondering whether they've been able or going to be able to stay in communities they love, just like me. And so I've heard this council speak about local control and local solutions. So tonight I'm asking you to use that local control to address one of the biggest issues facing Redondo Beach, housing affordability. At the end of tonight's meeting, when council members have the opportunity to make referrals to staff, I respectfully ask that you direct staff to prepare a report evaluating tenant protections in Redondo Beach, including rent stabilization, eviction protections, and rental registry programs. The report should examine what comparable California cities have done and identify options this council could consider at a future meeting. I'm not asking you to adopt a policy tonight. I'm asking you to acknowledge that there is a problem and take the first step towards solving it. I shouldn't have to wonder whether I can afford remaining in the city that I call home. And the renters are paying attention. We are looking to this council, not for promises, but for leadership. So tonight you have an opportunity to show us that affordability is more than a slogan, that the people who already live here matter just as much as those who can afford to move here tomorrow. So please refer this issue to staff and let the work begin. And so start the conversation. And if you could, my recommendation would be to begin evaluating.
You've exceeded your time. Thank you. Okay, anyone from the audience? I've had the last card, so anyone from the audience wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
Good evening, Council. Jim Mueller, District 5. The city manager and city department heads claimed in the past year that staff is overworked, slammed, had no time to investigate issues, et cetera, et cetera. And yet, to balance this year's budget, they instituted a hiring freeze. How bad must the budget situation be? It's not just Redondo. The other beach cities have deficits too. Redondo is doing personnel cost cutting, in my view, because enhancing the revenue side has proven so difficult. Big developments like the Galleria South Bay Social District failed, and the Grub House property has been vacant lot for years. The voters in all the beach cities seem to abhor large multi-unit residential developments that would enhance the tax base, as we have heard tonight, their abhorrence of these kinds of developments, and provide more consumers paying these big developments would actually provide more consumers paying sales tax. So the question is, how to preserve Redondo's nice, laid-back, roomy, and beachy environment and still have the city services everyone's come to expect. Is there anyone who can solve this problem? Thank you.
Okay, anyone online?
There are no hands raised online, and there were no e-comments for Jay.
Okay, now someone in the audience.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Staff. Mark Hansen tonight, wearing my hat from King Harbor Yacht Club, and specifically from the committee who this weekend ran our 34th annual Cure Cancer Cup, where I am proud to say we raised $85,000 for cancer research. All goes directly to a lab, none of it to admin stuff. With previous money we've raised, we are now up to $935,000 cumulative, and so we are rapidly approaching the magic march to $1 million we've been dreaming about for years. This is a super fun race. It's what we call a pursuit race. We had everything from 15-foot to 48-foot sailboats all racing together. We do a bunch of arithmetic and start the slowest boats first, fastest boats last. And if it works out right, they should all get there about the same time. And indeed, the last 2 years, first and second place boats have been separated by 30 seconds. This year, the winner was a 15-foot sailboat being sailed by our coach and a little tiny junior girl. And we happen to have 15, 20-knot winds. I have a picture of them on their ear, barely keeping it from capsizing. So they absolutely earned this trophy for sure. The spectators at the club got to see, I designed the course, and so we have the last downwind leg comes right at the plate glass windows of the yacht club, so everybody gets to watch the fast boats trying to catch the slow boats. We had a great awards party where we had a raffle, a silent auction, a live auction, and of course the trophy presentation. The local business community was just great about making all kinds of wonderful donations. We had 11 corporate sponsors, including the King Harbor Association. You know, those guys have just been growing that thing and becoming more and more active, so I was so proud that they stepped up. Our perpetual trophy is a beautiful dolphin sculpture by the artist Wyland, who did our whaling wall, so we're very, very proud to have that. I want to thank our decades-long chairman, Tracy McMartin. Sometimes I think she's going to have a nervous breakdown trying to hurt all of us, but she does a great job. And I'll use my last few seconds just to do a little promo here. King Harbor Yacht Club and the Youth Foundation are now teaching both youth and adult sailing lessons, and we have a promotion underway discounting memberships at the club. So we certainly want to invite the community to come down. We'll turn you into sailors, and you can race in this event next year. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay, anyone else in the audience wish to address the council on any non-agenda item? Okay, we will conclude public participation on non-agenda items. Now, if you followed earlier, we changed the order of the agenda, so I'm going to be skipping down to item O, which is the city manager items.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple this evening. One, we have the blood drive tomorrow up at the main library, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's hosted by our police department. Come on down. And then housekeeping-wise, for our next two upcoming city council meetings. For July 21st, we're going to have three pretty substantive items. As the council knows, we're going to be talking about the ballot measure associated with our land use element update and our zoning ordinance changes that is scheduled for November consideration. We are going to be bringing back, as I mentioned last week, our initial discussion and review of our current hedge ordinance. That's been a topic, obviously, out here for a couple of meetings. And then last, we had a recent meeting of our crossing guard subcommittee where we have come up with what will be a proposed procedural model for council consideration and discussion on the 21st that talks about our process going forward, how we propose to have our crossing guard program reviewed in the future, the analysis that will be performed, and we'll have some recommendations for the council to discuss on the 21st. So with those three items, I'm going to bump the review and discussion of the status of the Gateway project. I mentioned briefly last week that the artist has too much on his plate, can't get that done. So we're going to talk a little bit about how to perhaps repurpose that project on the 4th. So that item will trail, but we will be focused on the other three that I mentioned. So that's it for me this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So jumping down to Q, mayor and council referrals to staff. Anything for referrals? Councilmember Waller?
I do not have a referral.
Nothing for tonight.
Okay.
Not tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrett?
None.
And Councilmember Obaji's gone. I have none. So with that, we'll go down to, back to item N1. Okay, so N1 is the presentation and interview of potential commission candidates. So a couple things here. First, I'm going to ask the council for a motion to suspend the rules to the extent that we can run this interview style, which isn't accommodated in our new code of conduct. And those rules would be each commissioner or potential commissioner, the applicants get 3 minutes to tell us why they want to be a commissioner and what their quals are. And then we get an open Q&A session on that, which I may limit if it gets too long. And then at the end of that, we'll have public comment in general on it, which will still follow the 3-minute rule. So may I have a motion to suspend the rules just to that extent? That doesn't relieve us of the rules of conduct with respect to decorum and things like that.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Is the public comment after all commissioners? Or
Yes,
okay.
at the end. So we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. So we'll suspend the rules just to the extent that I defined there. Now, as we go into them, I'm going to call up the commissioners one by one. This year, I'm going to do it. Last year, I mixed it up. This year, I'm going to do it in regular alphabetic order. I do want to state, this is the first time that we have actual written, detailed rules of conduct, not just for the council, but this will be leveled on all the commissions as well. So as you're responding, I want you to keep that in mind because we may ask you some questions. First off, we have done a lot of work on the ordinances as to what the purviews of each of the commissions is. And so we're going to ask you to abide by those purviews. And in general, unless otherwise stated within those ordinances, you're there to advise the council. It's not, these are not overview committees. Some people seem to get that confused. Oversight, it's not an oversight committee. Oversight committees are constructed differently. That's not what these are. So I want you to keep that in mind as you're talking with us. Additionally, we have for the first time codified rules of courtesy, decorum, and personal conduct for the city council and for all the appointees to the different commissions. And those are pretty common sense, but we have seen abuse. You know, you are representing the city when you become a commissioner, and we ask you to keep that in mind in both in the meetings and when you're outside the meetings. And you're free to do whatever you want from a free speech perspective, but there may be ramifications if you're bashing people within the city and you're a commissioner. We're probably not going to take kindly to that. So we would ask that you be respectful towards the organization that you're representing. And if you don't feel you can do that, then you should probably reconsider being a commissioner. There's some other rules, but they're mainly built around respect and being respectful and being good stewards of the public name of this city. So keep that in mind as we're going forward, if you don't mind. And with that, I will start calling people up. The first one I have here is Hudson Brand. So you'll keep a timer for the 3 minutes so you can see how your time's going.
I'd like to make a request to note and file. I have some reading material that I'd love to share with you guys, if that's all right.
Receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Yeah. Okay, you give it to the clerk.
Thank you.
Got it all labeled out for you guys, dished out nicely.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Hudson Hawk Brown. I'm a lifelong resident of Redondo Beach, California. I'm in Resident 1, District 1. Very excited to be here. Zoning and policy planning is one of my niche subjects. It's something I care about a lot. I spend a lot of my free time doing it, more than my girlfriend would like. She's like, have more time with me. What are you doing zoning? Personally, I love zoning. It's such an interesting concept to me how our infrastructure affects all of us. And so what you see before you is a little bit of my personal background. I'm a mechanical engineer, but in my spare time, I'm trying to recreate Redondo Beach in a city modeler. The idea behind this is to understand how Redondo Beach flows and lives and breathes as a community. I love Redondo Beach, and to get the opportunity to serve this committee would be phenomenal. I would love to not give my opinion, but to give an objective, thoughtful perspective on where we can improve Redondo. You know, we have to protect our services, you know. While we are, you know, a little bit below in our general fund, I believe we can make that up in other ways. You know, I really want to protect, serve the citizens of the city. We need to maintain safety, keep in mind of parking and public safety. While the state is trying to force us to build more housing, we have to figure out what we can do to maintain our local control. And as part of the zoning commissioner, I think I could really apply that and give you guys a perspective and possibly a Gen Z view of things. So thank you. And any questions?
Okay, well, thank you, and thanks for the complete package. I don't think we'll have time to go through it
No
while
worries.
we're sitting up here, but I will certainly consider it in my deliberations, so thank you. We'll just raise our hands. So Councilmember Barrett.
I was just going to pick up on what you had said earlier. For all the commissioners, there are rules in effect with the commission. One of the main ones, and I see Ron Morocco's here, he knows it, it's absences. You need to be
Thank you. I forgot the absences, yes.
Yes. So there is it's part of our ordinances, commissioners must not miss more than 3 meetings in a 12-month period. And, right, and the reason that makes sense is in order for commissioners to advise the mayor and city council, they need to be present. And there's no remote participation, you actually have to be here. And so that's really an important requirement for commissioners. And so if that is too much, you know, let us know, and no hard feelings, but we do abide by that and enforce it for good reason.
You may have seen me come here a few times.
Yeah, you have, and I'll just go ahead and finish up. And Hudson, I didn't have a specific question for you, so I didn't mean to bring you up, so.
No, thank you for reminding me. I forgot to include
Yeah,
that
no
in
problem.
the discussion, and that is one of the major things. with
It's
this
one of the
item.
major ones, and Mr. Brandelis, other questions of the council? I had a question for you now. Yes, no? Good. So thank you, sir. We'll perhaps get back.
Councilmember Abaji?
Yes.
All right, well, let me just finish this up then. So the mayor also mentioned there are rules in place. There are rules, and I see Mara Lang is here shaking her head. She knows the rules. They're now embedded as part of the city rules for commissioners. Mayor touched on it. There's a list of things that commissioners are not, and they don't make policy, they don't direct staff, they don't demand documents. And all of that you'll see in the municipal code and in the rules, which will be circulated and recirculated. And so there are some restrictions on that we have in there. Removal by members, the mayor touched upon it. The Redondo Beach Municipal Code was amended in recent years, and we know this. Any commissioner may be removed by a vote of the majority of members of the city council. There are some restrictions on that, but the point is, as a commissioner, you really are representative of the city. And certainly if you're one of the commissioners filling one of the district appointment positions, planning commission and others, even more so. So it's really a matter of best behavior. There are, as we know, free speech rights. We can critique the government. We allow that. We give 3 minutes for it. Yet, there are certain bounds. Are you representing the city in a manner that we feel comfortable doing? So that's really all I wanted to mention, Mayor. I thought it was important to kind of amplify on what you started, because this is not an easy task. It's not a resume builder. You are playing a very important and serious role in the city. I see Nancy's here. She's been on a commission, and we wanted to lay that out for you. So thank you. Thank you, Hudson. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, just one minor correction. You said if you miss more than 3, it's if you miss 3 or more.
If you miss 3 or more. So 3, and that's it. So thank you, Mayor, for that correction.
Sure. Sorry that we took up your time on that one, but
No worries at all.
I applaud Councilmember Barrett for going into more detail than I did. Councilmember Abaji, you had a question.
Yes, first I wanted to commend you for coming down, dressing well. You're dressed for the job of president, so this is just a commission, but
You
good
guys
job.
say I represent Redondo Beach. I have to present my best.
There you go. All right. And but I note that you either called in or you came and spoke to us about the Pearl Street and PCH development, correct?
That's correct.
And in favor of that and affordable housing in Redondo and the like. That project was appealed from the Planning Commission's denial, and they subsequently added significantly more parking, which is a major grievance by the folks in the neighborhood. And we ultimately passed it. Now, the property's for sale, and as far as we can see, there are no shovels in the ground, and it's not being built, at least right now. Do you think that entitling that kind of property still helps affordable housing when it just goes up for sale?
That's a good question. I think when they put it up for sale, they're hoping that, that plan is stuck to that property. So they're hoping that somebody else may pick it up so they could get an easy cash out. But if nobody does buy it, there is that possibility that they will go actually and build it. My hope is for the city council, and to apply myself here, is not to push anything, not to push an agenda, but to look at the facts, look at what's available. Does this project make sense for the citizens? They came out and spoke and said, no, we need more parking. And so that's what it is. As long as we can build more, I'm not opposed to that. We don't need to build like high rises and massive condos, but the fact that we're, inching forward is gonna help. Most of Redondo's tax base is from property taxes. So if people aren't moving into Redondo or changing hands of these properties, we're not gonna get any of those taxes. So we have to be, respectful of the community when we place these buildings here, but also be aware that as the city, we have to be able to balance our budget. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Councilmember Kalajevic.
Yeah, you touched on representing Gen Z. Can you speak a little bit more about what we're missing and what that means and how we can apply it on the Planning Commission or otherwise?
Yeah, so, Gen Z is a little bit underrepresented in politics. I understand that we're a bit young, but I'd like to make the point of, kind of bridging that gap. I'm someone who can talk to Gen Z, but also talk to adults. If there are resident concerns from the younger generation of affordability or being able to stay here and grow up here after we've built our lives here, I feel like it'd be a good way for me to advocate for these people who normally wouldn't speak up for themselves. Most of my constituents, my fellow members, can't really go out here and talk to you guys for this much time. I'm a nerd. I love this kind of thing. So I would be bridging that gap between those who cannot participate in politics and somebody who is active in politics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Sure. Of everybody here, I probably have had the benefit of seeing this presentation. Hudson's in my district, and so he asked if he could show that to me. And I think it's impressive that we have somebody as young as him who is interested in any of this kind of information, any of this data. And, he does, in his thing, talk about how revenue comes from property taxes, but the next page after that, he says businesses pay more than property taxes. So I would say, he's got all the data there, and he sounds like he's data focused. And so, question for you on data. Since parking is always, California is saying we don't need as much parking. Do you think that applies to Redondo Beach, or does that apply to the Bay Area? Is it different here in Redondo Beach?
I think it would often depend. I would think the Riviera is kind of like the goal, where we have a centralized parking area and it's surrounded by commercial area. That way you move your vehicle towards the center and then you as the individual walk to where you need to go. That's just great design. There are some areas where it would make sense to have parking and some areas where it'd make less parking. That's really up for the zoning commission to figure out. I think I would like to apply myself to understand that. If there are areas where we need more parking, not opposed to adding more parking. But if there are areas where it's like, we have a parking iceberg, there's so many parking spaces, but they're not being filled consistently, I think it'd be a great area for improvement. My goal is to apply an objective, data-driven process through this.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else have questions? Okay, I have one. You've only put in for the Planning Commission. Would you be willing to consider other commissions?
I wouldn't be opposed. I really do want to serve, the city of Redondo Beach. I love the city. Actually, my first time serving Redondo Beach, I worked at Seaside Lagoon. One of the summers here, I worked here, and it was great. I biked every day to work. I didn't have to drive because there was a bike lane directly from my home to Seaside Lagoon. And that gave me a lot of pride in the infrastructure around me. And I thought, well, hey, if this really benefited me, I wonder if I could apply myself to help other people through infrastructure.
Well, I applaud you for wanting to get involved as young as you are. I didn't get involved till I was, with city stuff till I was 40. I was 35 when I got involved with like Surfrider Foundation, which was a bit different. So I applaud that. And we definitely need, representation from as many different perspectives as possible. We are concerned, though, about state mandates and local control. The one thing I do want to correct, not just from you, but I heard another comment tonight. Yes, we get a lot of revenue from our property taxes from residential.
Yes.
But on the high density properties, we end up with a net loss because of the services and infrastructure they demand that they don't pay for.
That's true.
It gets exacerbated when we put that over former commercial lots, whether they're underperforming or not. If we could do like we're doing on Artesia and increase investment in the commercial parts that are underperforming, that's better for the city than changing it out to housing, which would be a net loss. And we are doing a nexus study. We've funded a nexus study that will show very overtly the costs related to high density development versus the revenues. So
that's excellent.
As long as you have an open mind to that, and you're not, some people just want affordable housing, and it's not just affordable, they want more at all costs, but you sound pretty reasonable. So
I'm not
I
an
appreciate
overdevelopment guy. I'd like to make the point of there's different types of property, and you're absolutely right. There are some buildings that when you cross a certain threshold, their cost increases as well. the state is trying to allow different types of housing and variety of housing. So changing those zoning standards and adopting those practices is one way to lower the cost of those buildings because of the infrastructure. I'm well aware that we need different things for different areas. It doesn't make sense to just put a bunch of housing in one spot and call it a day, you know? I want to take this job seriously to really help Redondo.
Okay. Thank you very much. I
Thank you,
appreciate
guys.
it. And
Have a
thanks
good
for
night.
applying. The next is Justin Capadonia. Oh, unable to attend, so I guess I should read the spreadsheet here. Benjamin DeFrance. Hi, Benjamin, come on up.
I have some paperwork that I would like for you guys to read, just give a little more
Can I get a
insight.
motion to receive and file?
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, you're good.
Just a little bit of who I am. Before I get started, I wanted to say I commend you guys for the yacht club, for the money you guys raised for cancer. My mother is a 2-time breast cancer survivor. So when he said that, it like really touched my heart. So I just wanted to commend you and say thank you for what you guys are doing. So a little bit of who I am. I am a U.S. Navy veteran. I have over 20 years experience in banking, finance, working inside different vaults. I started at Brinks, the armored truck company. Then I went to Bank Tech West. Then I went into different banks with treasury operations, finance management. Then after all that, I went into bioresin companies. It was a company named Ceraplast in El Segundo where I learned a lot about how that industry works. Then I went to the U.S. Navy. After I got out of the U.S. Navy, I then went, received my education and my bachelor's in organizational leadership at Azusa Pacific University. Then I served at the VA helping veterans with, and the department I was in was the Beneficiary Travels Department. In that department, that's where we pay for the cost of travel for veterans, whether they're local, out of state, as well as mileage reimbursements. Now I'm currently a candidate, current student at Aurora University in Illinois, and I'm expected to graduate October this year with my master's in public administration. One of the positions I'm interested in with you guys is the budget and finance, public works and sustainability, suspension appeals board. The type of person I am, I'm very fair. Whether it's a favorable or unfavorable outcome, I look at the evidence that's in front. I follow the rules and regulations of what the law allows. I am aware that this is a volunteer position, but especially with me working on getting my master's in public administration, I'm highly interested in the way the governments work, local governments, the way it affects the citizens and their daily lives. I've done a lot of extensive research on PSH, which is public support housing. I've done a lot of reports on affordable housing, as well as homelessness in Los Angeles County. One thing that really catches my attention with Redondo Beach is the fact of you guys open the homeless shelters over there by the Target, which I live in District 4. Mr. Abagi, I've had interactions with him as well, and I really appreciate his the way he responds. He responds very quickly. I've had additional training in the way the city works and how revenue is made, and I'm highly interested. I think that my experience could help the city, as well as me learning a lot from the city as well.
Okay, thank you, Benjamin. Thanks for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Does anyone on the council have any questions for Benjamin? Don't point at each other.
Well, my first question was, what district were you from? But you answered that right at the end, so.
District 4.
District 4, yeah.
I was going to ask, of the two, you said Budget and Finance and the Public Works and Sustainability, Safety and Sustainability Commission. Do you have a preference of one over the other?
At this point, I would like to do my part to help the city. And I know that you guys are looking for different people, but I know that I have skill sets that could possibly help, as well as a lot for me to learn. Either one is okay with me, but I know that there's a lot for me to learn as well, but I want to do my part to help the city as well.
That's great. Okay.
Okay. And on this, you have the Suspension Appeals Board on this handout you gave. I just wanted to, I'm not going to appoint anyone to that. We haven't had one in decades. And so if we ever need one, I'll point that with the council's blessing when we need it. But I don't want to pretend like somebody's going to serve when, I don't want to put somebody in a job that they're never going to do, because that's not very rewarding. So just to let you know, that third one's, I'm not going to appoint. But if there's any others that you think you'd be interested in, let us know as well. Because we are going to have some openings coming up in a few weeks, I think next meeting, due to those absences that Councilmember Barrett talked about. So we will have more openings than we have applicants at this point. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, I was just going to say, and I will ask this of everyone when you come up, to the mayor's point, just depending, we all have jobs outside of what we do at City Hall. Would you be available to make that commitment to come once a month to City Hall and Chambers in person to, meet with either committee and serve that role?
Yes, okay. I've already been working with my wife, and we have contingency plans for me to be able to make the meetings.
Okay, right. Terrific.
Proactive.
Thank you. Better than that.
Any others? Any other questions?
I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Appreciate
You're
it,
welcome.
Benjamin.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Desiree Galassi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Desiree Galassi. I am coming to ask if I could be reappointed again to the Public Amenities Commission. I have served on preservation before I was nominated to serve on the Public Amenities Commission. So I did 3 years in preservation and 2 years in public amenities. Basically, I would like to continue the work that I have begun with the outreach of our historic preservation program. We had a fantastic event down at the Riviera Summer Festival where we interfaced with the community and provided a lot of information. I had the pleasure of working with Director Weiner and senior planner, our new senior planner, John Champa, to prepare those materials, which we were able to give to people. Not only, we not only wound up educating people who lived in Redondo Beach, but also folks who came from Palos Verdes and Torrance began to ask the question about historic preservation within their own cities. So 5 years ago, when I was appointed to preservation, that I had originally wanted to be appointed to recreation and parks. And at that point, Councilmember Lowenstein asked if I would consider preservation. It wasn't something that I thought about, but I have to say that these last 5 years, I have learned a lot about our city. It's made me incredibly proud to live here. I wasn't born here. I moved here 11 years ago. And on the Public Amenities Commission, I do also have the wonderful opportunity to have worked on a subcommittee with Councilmember Kaladerovich on the Franklin Park All Abilities Playground. That was fantastic. We saw the opening of the Alta Vista pickleball courts, also wonderful. So I really would love to continue the work that I have been doing. So.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for your service. I did visit the booth. I was very impressed, liked the little game you guys put together, and it was very informative. Councilmember Kaladerovich.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but I just want to say that you are a huge asset to the city. Anything you get involved with, you do amazing work, and you're fully committed. And I just want to thank you for your service. And that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think I know Desiree well enough that I don't really have any questions for her either. Thank you for asking to return, though.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Desiree.
Thank you.
Okay, next
I
is...
echo what Councilmember Kaladerovich said.
Oh, I forgot. So you're on. I'll make sure I call out for you each time. let's see, the next one is Thomas Gamble. Hello, Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor Light, council members. My name is Tom Gamble. I've lived in the same house for 38 years. I'm a lifelong resident of South Bay. As a baby boomer, I had a wide variety of eclectic career. Family was in the HVAC concern. I built a house myself when I was 26. I also worked at LAX 14 years, and the end of I was a teacher. I speak several languages. I was educated abroad in Germany and Mexico, and have a wide variety of talents and abilities that I'm here to offer to the city. And that's about it. Over the years, I've been a YMCA camp counselor, taught Sunday school. In the lodge, we fingerprinted children and gave safety instruction. It was also disaster preparedness, and in Torrance, where I lived in the 80s, I was the block captain for Neighborhood Watch.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. You've got down here planning, cultural arts, and budget and finance. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Would you consider public amenities with some of the background you just mentioned, it seemed like?
Oh, yes,
and
I
your
would.
preservation, you were formerly Preservation Commission.
That is correct, yes, certainly.
Okay, and you can make all
All
the
the
monthly
time in the
meetings?
world, Your Honor. I'm retired.
Okay, me too. Well, until I got this job. Okay, any other questions?
And what district do?
I'm in your district, Councilman Castle, District 2.
Okay, thank you.
What did you teach when you were a teacher?
Mostly high school languages, German, Spanish, and Latin.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Substitute in the beginning. I taught auto shop, ROTC, kindergarten, bilingual, a lot of different things, bounced around a lot.
A Renaissance man. Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
you, Mayor.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Lang. Is this for the tree commission?
Yes, if there's one, I'd love to be on it. I'm just going to read what I wrote. I feel like it's more concise. I want to serve on the Planning Commission because I care deeply about this city and the direction it's moving in. Development can do a lot to support a city's identity, reflect its values, and help shape where it wants to go. It can also negatively affect a community when it's not approached thoughtfully. In the almost 20 years that I've lived in Redondo Beach, I have seen both. Through my work on recreation and parks, and more recently public amenities, I've become especially focused on parks, open space, public space, and the shared experience of living in our city. My background in design and construction gives me a practical understanding of how projects come together, while my advocacy for trees, parks, and community spaces has given me a strong appreciation for the long-term impact of planning decisions. I believe the Planning Commission would allow me to bring those experiences together and use what I have learned to help support thoughtful development and the best possible future for Redondo Beach. I'm very civic-minded, and I have volunteered a significant amount of my time because I believe a strong city depends on residents who are willing to be involved and do their part, and that's why I applied.
Is that it?
Yes, yeah, I think that's a good start. I'd love to answer any questions you might have for me.
Yeah, well, you've had a great attendance record, so I
Yes.
would expect that you continue that.
Yes, it's an honor to be on these commissions, and committing to them has always been something that is really important to me, and showing up, and so yes, I believe in attending.
So, one of my concerns is we're going to be losing several commissioners on your current commission due to absences.
Okay.
And would you be averse to remaining on the commission you're on today?
I do like public amenities. Recreation parks was really my passion. Working with Kelly Orda was something that I very much enjoyed, and we do still get to see her quite a bit. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think Planning Commission has always been something in the back of my mind, and I thought about it actually before Recreation and Parks, and so I know this position became available, and I wanted to throw my name in there. But no, I wouldn't be opposed to staying on public amenities, if that's where you would.
But your passion,
me.
if we could, would be to be on planning, correct?
Yes.
And you know, one of the things, you know, you and your husband are into development, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any developments in Redondo? And you know what I'm getting to. You have to recuse yourself often if you're on the planning commission.
So I think a lot of the bigger projects that come through planning, we're not building those. So they're smaller home, 2 units, 3 units. I don't foresee us having, or me having to recuse myself from many of the discussions. So that's not a big concern of mine.
Okay.
I was just gonna, to clarify, so you and or your husband do develop properties in the city?
Correct. Yeah, well, construction. I mean, yeah, for custom homes and some developments. And a development, I mean, they're built for sale, not for like a private resident.
Right. It could pose an issue. We don't have to get into it right now, but the Planning Commission advises the city council and mayor on all matters relating to planning, zoning, and the development of the city. So there could be some tension there. That's all.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure there can be. I think these are, the buildings that we're building are a much smaller scale than, we're not building 50 units on a corner.
It's all development in the city, so. But in any event, thanks for sharing that with me, and thank you for building homes in Redondo Beach.
Of course.
You should see your home. It's very nice.
Well, the native garden in front
clarify
is-
this a little bit, when you say you're developing, are you hired to do the development, or are you buying the properties, developing and selling them? Because that.
Yes, both. So there's been one development that we've done for ourselves, and then all the other ones have been done for like a private individual.
Right, because the conflict would generally be if you own the land. I don't know if there's a conflict if she's been hired to.
If they benefit from the change.
Well, only if it goes to planning, I'm just saying, but in general, as a city.
If there's revenue potential.
I think it's far less of an issue if she has been hired to do a project than if she'd owned 30 properties and they're all being developed and all that. And then you have exclusion zones and stuff like that.
Okay, anyone else? No. Okay, thank you. And thank you for your service. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much.
If any of you've seen the community garden, the blue shed they use, that was all Mara and her husband, so well done.
Led the charge with Tree City USA.
Tree Cities, yep, the ordinance. Okay, the next is Ryan Malcolm. Before you start, just 1 second. Okay, floor is yours.
All right. So my name is Ryan Malcolm. I'm a 15-year resident, currently residing in District 2, property owner. And I'm here today to present my application for what I originally applied for, which was the Planning Commission, and then subsequently my second choice for the Budget and Finance Committee. I'll tell you guys a little bit about myself. So I graduated from USC with a degree in accounting from the Leventhal School of Accounting. I spent the first 8 years of my career at PricewaterhouseCoopers, downtown Los Angeles. Decided that was not the long-term goal for me, so I transitioned into the private sector, and I've been in my current role. I serve as corporate controller for a $35 million service firm in El Segundo. And I had originally applied for the Planning Commission because something that always had interested me, development, it's
an area that I never took my professional career in that direction. It was something that I thought I would like to get exposed to. But in light of the mayor's comments earlier tonight, is that the commission members' job is to serve in an advisory capacity. I think there's a lot of qualified candidates here for the Planning Commission. I don't know that I would put myself among those. For me, it was more about just learning the process, gaining experience. But my second priority, or second choice rather, was the Budget and Finance Committee, which is something that I'm definitely qualified for. It's something that I've devoted my entire professional career to. It's something that I do on a day-to-day basis. I would definitely be able to serve in an advisory capacity for the Budget and Finance Committee. I've watched several of the recorded sessions. I see what takes place. I understand what they're saying. I could participate, and I'm very comfortable in that kind of an environment. So that's probably where I'm better suited, or my background and my skills are better suited for a role in that, especially given, like I said, the competition and the expectations of commission members that you guys are interviewing today. That's it.
Okay, and can you commit to attending every month?
Certainly.
Okay. Yeah, we're looking to have 3 openings on the Budget and Finance Commission. If you take, there's 2 who don't care to serve anymore, and there's 1 that we're going to lose because of absences. So there'll be 3 openings there. There's 1 right now on Planning Commission, and I spoke generally. I did say read the ordinance. There are some commissions, like Planning Commission, they have decision-making authority, and so does the Public Amenities Commission. So some have additional duties, but they're very proscribed. So I don't mean, not every commission is just advisory.
Okay.
That's just overall, that's what we set them up to do, but then each one has an ordinance that describes what they do over and above, the advisory role.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Any questions, Councilmember Kalajerovich?
I remember reading some significant comments in your application about the harbor and boating. Do I have that right?
No, that wasn't my application.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Nope, no problem.
So that was my mistake.
Spent a lot of time there, but I didn't include that in my application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, next one, Captain Jake.
All right, thanks for having me. My name is Jacob Mark. As many people know me, Captain Jake. I am a member of District 3 and a lifelong South Bay resident. I graduated from El Segundo High School. I've been in Redondo for a number of years. I've managed, owned, and grown businesses within the harbor over the last 10 years, and I am a member of the King Harbor Association. The King Harbor Association right now, we're currently trying to grow, bring that back into fruition with the goal and purpose of advancing the commercial, recreational, social, and cultural welfare of Redondo Beach Harbor. I have a background in safety, so been a lifeguard, ski patrol, served in the medical field. So safety is a big concern of mine. And with that, one of the main things I've seen with this harbor, I've been involved here in the last 10 years, is the lack of knowledge or a lack of awareness that this harbor exists and all the amazing things that it has to offer. I grew up here in the South Bay, and this was someplace I never visited. So one of my main goals or priorities is just to spread awareness, public insight, and the public perception of King Harbor. I've worked closely with many of you guys already in projects and advised or given my opinion, so I appreciate you all. When I asked current Commissioner Roger Carlson what would be involved in this role, he said, everything you're already doing. Just show up to the monthly meetings. I joined the KHA a little over a year ago, and I've attended every meeting every month for that association, and I would plan to do the same thing here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I know you very well. For those who don't know, he runs the Glass Bottom Boat in the harbor, and every Sunday he takes out a group that goes and fishes garbage out. And when he saw that some of the baby marine mammals couldn't get up on the sea lion barge, he took it on himself to build a ramp for them. So, and recently you were awarded by Marine Mammal Care Center for your service. So appreciate all you do in the harbor. And we haven't had a business supported harbor commissioner in decades. So that will weigh heavily on my recommendations to the council. So any questions for?
No questions other than comments. The fact that you've got the support from KHA, Roger Carlson, you've got the experience, you've got the business there. I've ridden in your Duffy boat. I don't have any questions because I believe you're quite qualified for this.
I was just going to ask what took you so long to apply?
Yeah, it's, I asked my wife recently, I said, why do I see myself so involved in city politics and reading Jim Light's Facebook posts? But yeah, as I've gotten older and more involved, I just find myself having more opinions and wanting to be involved in the city.
Great.
I just wanted to say thank you for applying. We've worked together on various things, everything from the holiday boat parade to KHA meetings and things like that. And I think having your perspective on everything in the Harbor Commission is going to be a great addition, both, from the land side, from the business side, from the sea side as well. I think it'll be a great addition to the commission.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next, Ron Morocco.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I will try to keep this one under 3 minutes. I'm from District 3. I'm currently serving on the Public Amenities Commission. I'm the chair of it actually at this point, and I would like to be reappointed. There are a number of projects that we started, and I would love to be able to see them through. One of them is Wilderness Park. You heard me today talk about the Deweesiac naming. I've come before you about the historic district signs. We have Path of History that's kind of been on the back burner. I'd like to get that back. We did bring up historical landmark. I had some involvement in that. If you actually look at the resolution, I had to abstain because I actually promoted it. We have 2 more landmarks coming up online and probably a little bit more. I'm working on the LGBT history project, and hopefully I'll get the letter to you that the commission finally let me do. The tree preservation, I talked to Councilman Barrett about that. I know where our lane is, and I will stay in the lane. And Ito Park, we should be getting the signs relatively soon, so we'll have something up there in the park. Absences, I think I've only had one in the last year, and I think that was for my son's wedding, which I was not going to be given permission to miss. And I'm sure my wife is watching
Good
now
choice.
and saying, but I also, in the past, I was on the charter committee. I don't think I had any absences for the 3 years we did that. The library commission was the same thing. And the historical commission, I think I only had one absent as well. I do have a passion for Redondo history. It's everywhere, and the preservation aspect of when you merged all the 4 commissions has actually excited me as well. I think I probably have taken at least 10 classes. You have a list of the classes I've taken. And there's so much more that can be done with regards to preserving our history and just making the public aware of it. That's my subcommittee is dealing with bringing history to the public. So I think I bring a lot to it. And by the way, I do want to thank you. This has been the best commission that I've been on. Every single person brings a really good skill set and quality, and they're all passionate. So thank you for that. You mentioned about the rules of conduct. At some point, we would like to get a copy of the rules of conduct in hard copy, and I assume that we're going to get some Brown Act training as well at some point. So I'm open to any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
You mentioned how many different commissions you've been on. Are you sure you don't want to hit them all?
I think my wife says I'm doing enough already, but I'm looking at the point where maybe if I retire, I probably even more time for it. But that's, who knows where that is at this point. But yes, I do like the history and I like the aspects of it. And if you see in January, this charter display, that's kind of something I've been putting together because again, it's a significant part of our city's history.
I just want to say, again, I think we're very lucky to have you. You are very good at gently nudging us in a direction about history, about preservation, about things that are not on our radar. And, you know, we can't see everything, can't know everything. And having you bring that to us is very helpful. So we are very lucky to have you. And all of the history that you bring to our attention is wonderful. And I also want to thank your wife for letting you do this.
I thank her too.
Yes, I didn't know the Morel House was closed till you told us, so.
Sorry about that.
No,
thank you for telling us.
That's good.
Anyway.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your service, Ron. Okay, let's see, we have one on Zoom, Juan Melendez.
Juan is not on Zoom at the
He's
present
not
moment.
on Zoom?
Correct,
Okay,
he's
we'll
not.
go back if he shows up. Next is Teresa Mitchell.
Lower this because I'm not as tall as some of those other people. My name is Teresa Mitchell. I am a District 4 resident and homeowner, and then I've also grown up in District 4 and then spent the other half of my life in the middle, living in a bunch of other cities. I'm applying for the Public Works Safety and Sustainability Commission because I think the public spaces is where that's the framework for how we engage with our neighborhood, both the commercial mobility, commercial districts, businesses, residents, and the mobility of whether it's biking, walking, or driving around. My background is I have a bachelor's from Berkeley in development studies and city and regional planning, and then also a master's degree in urban planning with a concentration in environmental sustainability and policy. And so I also have 30 years of professional experience, specifically in infrastructure development. So the backbone of what people don't see I've been in sewer, in trenchers, welding sewer lines, and telecommunication systems. And then most recently in the last 15 years, a lot of in the forefront of the renewable energy in utility scale sectors, and then also oil and gas. And I've worked in kind of the gamut of all the different sectors, from cost estimating and cost control on projects and construction to entitlements, as well as engineering, construction management, and been out in the field. So I have kind of a broad range of all of the projects and in a bunch of different sectors. You know, and then in addition to that, on my spare time, we founded the RNRB and the North Redondo Beach Farmers Market, which seems to be kind of a big success. So I'm not sure why I'm adding another thing to my plate, but I just think there's a lot of really exciting things in District 4 with the ACAP changes. And I think that usually I work on the professional side, and I think it's a different dynamic being as a resident. So I think that's why I'm applying to this commission this year.
So I actually asked Teresa to submit and apply, but my thoughts at the time were on the Planning Commission because of some of her background, but she has, you know, she's afraid of conflict of interest there, and I respect that. Certainly, you know, thanks for everything you did to get the North Redondo Beach Farmers Market up and running. That's what originally impressed me was you know, not just, she wasn't just sticking her hand up and saying, you guys should do this. She actually got her hands dirty and made it happen. So appreciate you applying and appreciate your honesty on the conflict of interest. So anybody have any questions for Go ahead, Councilmember Kalinjovich.
Yeah, I will say that if you want something done, ask someone who's busy. And that seems like you. I just think that you have a unique love of the city and history in the city, combined with your skill set, I think is really applicable to this commission that you're applying for. And we would be lucky to have you.
Thank you. I was actually surprised that you weren't reapplying for something because you've been so involved. Because I was looking to say, well, wait, what were you before?
Right, exactly.
So thank you for applying, and I think we have openings showing up there probably anyhow, but if for whatever reason we see you fitting somewhere else, not planning because of the
Yeah, we
conflicts.
have 3 openings that will be opening up on public works, safety, and sustainability.
Okay.
When we account for absences.
All right, well then, never mind, because.
And one of them's a District 4 resident that's terming out, so.
Right.
It's a good fit.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you, Teresa.
My hand up, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Clerk, if you could please let the mayor know when I put my hand up, I'd appreciate it.
Yep.
Yeah, and I forgot. I'll call on you each time, Zane.
Please don't call me each
Councilmember
time
Bodger.
just because I had a baby here. But, I just want to say thank you, Teresa, for all your great work in our district. And also that the first time I met with Teresa, she really opened my eyes to the possibilities on Aviation Boulevard and how you could restripe angle parking, make it safer with a left turn lane, which helped us kind of initiate that BRR that got it into the budget this last budget season. So thanks for all that you do, Teresa.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Debbie Price. Good to see you. Hey.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council people.
Nice to see you again.
Hi, my name is Debbie Price. I don't really know that you guys know that much about me. I've been in Redondo for 20 years. I came to Redondo by way of Manhattan Beach. I taught school at Community Baptist when it was Community Baptist. I then left there and continued to teach young children in the community, South Bay. I worked for La Mirada, preschool, and the likes. I gave all of that up and I became a daycare provider. I also am on the Commission for Housing. I had housing back in the day, I gave it back. I started a home daycare business where I did special needs children in Redondo. I did that for 10 years. After that, I've moved like 4 times. I've probably been in your district, your district, your district, your district. But through it all, I still stayed in Redondo. So my passion at first was the children. Now that I'm of age, my passion is more for housing in the older people. They just don't know. They don't get to use computers. They can't. They don't know about emails and stuff like that. So by me being on the commission, any little thing that I can do to help them, I will. I'm so, I feel like they're my babies, but they're always older than me. But for some reason, that's been my passion. That's why I did the housing community of all things, because I have had housing. I did give it back. I got old. I got housing again. You know, so I did do all these things, and I would like to be reconsidered for the Housing Commission. I think that all the information and the things that I've learned here have been amazing. Any little thing, I mean, just from hearing you guys communicate and talk, I'll go back and they'll be like, well, what did you learn today? Sometimes I did learn, sometimes I didn't. But what I did pick up was when things are not right, I know that now. I'm able to say to my neighbors, you know, we might need to do something a little bit different for that, you know, as opposed to whatever their first choice was. But like I introduced them to the American Disability Act because we need different things like that. But at the end of the day, I would like to be reconsidered for the Redondo Beach Housing Authority Commission position.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for the service you've done to date. Really appreciate it. And this is the most I've heard you talk, so we'd love to hear from you more when you're on.
You like talk. Thank you guys for reconsidering me, and I am here whenever you need me.
Any questions for Debbie?
I was going to kind of have the same comment of, I would like to hear you, honestly, I want to hear you speak during the meetings because you have that experience that we don't necessarily have. That's why you've been on the commission. So I would like to hear you speak up and let us know during the meetings of things that you hear. And then the question would be, since you've lived all over, which is your favorite district?
The one I'm in now. I lived in North Redondo. I lived in North Redondo where the police knew my neighbors by name. And so when things would happen, I would hear them calling my neighbors by name. Now I live, I don't really want to say because I feel there's a tarnish on us per se, but I live not that far from here. And I appreciate living there. I'm out there every day. And even before I got there, I would drive around the unit. I'm going to live there one day. I'm going to live there one day. And I live there. I've been there 7 years. So yes, I love all you guys. I'm not out and as active. So my thing is I get to learn things that I would get to go to that I wouldn't necessarily know. So it's definitely educational for me. And I get to take what I've learned back to the seniors that I'm exposed to. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
No, it's great to see you. Thanks for participating and highlighting, we are a city that has Section 8. That's unique, and we're very proud of it. And thank you for participating.
And I don't know how my attendance was, but I did have a hip replacement, and I still came.
You're
So
good. You're
I
good.
guess I did okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jeffrey Rowe sent us a video, but he can't attend. Next one, Nancy Skiba.
I got my cane. All right. Good evening. Nancy Skiba, District 4. Hello, Mayor Jim and council members. Okay, I want to apply for Planning Commission, Public Works and Sustainability, and possibly Budget and Finance. I have a very background. I have worked in a lot of industries, all kinds of jobs that had responsibilities of different types. I worked in the film industry for over 25 years in television and film production. I've been a private investigator with my own company. I have been a subcontractor on behalf of LA Unified School District, doing workers' comp claims in the field and writing reports on the viability of claims. I've studied labor law. I went to LA Trade Tech and I took the same training that all kinds of union representatives take, and it was a 2-year program in labor studies. I've also been a pharmacy technician. I have been an assistant. I've been a writer. I've sold television scripts before. I was on the Public Safety Commission for about 1.5 years, and I really like doing things with other people to accomplish goals. I liked working on the commission because we all work together, and for the betterment of the city and for the commission and for the people. I like very much being involved in a way that enriches people. I am a lay minister in my church, St. James. I'm a lector and been there for years. I've also been very active in the commission meetings since I started getting active in the city. I used to attend every district meeting every month across the board for a few years. And then I had total knee replacement last year, so it kind of cut into my attendance. But I'm going to be going back. And anyway, that's pretty much what it is now, for me. I'm a writer. I was a really good investigator. I like doing things where I can contribute, be creative, and help to come to conclusions that are successful for all involved. And that's pretty much where I am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any comments or questions? No.
Thank
Okay.
you. Okay.
Councilmember Obaji, anything from you?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Let's see, we have one I wanted to go back on. Did Juan Melendez join?
He does not appear to be online, no.
Okay, well, that's the last one. We have our wife, but she is unable to attend.
Yes.
So that's the.
I did meet with him last week before going down to San Diego.
Anything you want to share?
No, he has, he's mostly interested in budget and finance. He has a background in corporate finance where he worked for Amazon. And I believe he's also a USC grad.
Well, I won't hold that against him. But he's not able to attend tonight. Did he indicate he'd be able to attend?
Yes, he would be able to attend the meetings.
Okay. And looks like he's also interested in public works and
Exactly.
and planning as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that. So that concludes the interviews. Does any member of the public wish to address this item?
Mark Hanson, King Harbor boater. From the sounds of things, Jake Mark's reputation precedes him, so you don't need me. But I do want to come up and give my wholehearted support to Jake. When this process started, I sent an email over to the King Harbor Association and Jake to alert them to this. And so I was, of course, super happy when Jake came back and said that, yes, he was willing to serve, and the King Harbor Association was going to specifically support him. You all understand why it's a really good idea to have somebody from the King Harbor Association there. And various of the other guys would be good too, but Jake's in a rather special position. A lot of the other folks are restaurant owners, nothing wrong with that. But Jake obviously is right there in the water, seeing everything go on. He has been very useful to us in just the last couple of years when we worked on the boat ramp. He was great. He came in and gave us that eyes-on idea about the various locations and which ones might work or not work from a congestion standpoint. There's probably just about nobody more qualified to give us that information. And of course, as the mayor referenced during the boat parade planning, we reached out to the business community in a way that we never had before, and Jake was a huge part of it. And, you know, we just didn't feel like we quite had the oomph to try to do the paddlecraft part of it. I'm the troublemaker who added that many years ago, but the chair just didn't want to try to do that. And Jake was wonderful. He stepped up and ran that part and created an ugly sweater contest. So I think we are just phenomenally lucky that he is willing to step in and help us. So I do want to mention that I looked at the applications, and I saw just one human being who had marked Harbor Commission. Jason, I can't quite pronounce his last name, but I don't know him, but I tried to Google around a little bit, and his... Justin, I'm sorry, Justin, thank you very much. His LinkedIn site had something very important on it, a picture of the Lanakeela Outriggers. So it's pretty clear to me he's a paddler, and that's another wonderful group that we need to get input from. We do have openings coming up over the next year or two, so I'm gonna make an effort to track him down, say hi, get to know him, and see if he'll be, you know, I'd like to use Jake now, but hopefully maybe we can grab Justin the next time. It's an embarrassment of wealth. Thanks so much.
I thought you were going to say you're moving to Redondo and you wanted a position. Anyone else, any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anyone?
Mayor, Juan Melendez is on. He didn't get a link, so I sent him one.
Okay. Okay, Juan.
I don't see where he is.
Go ahead.
He's under my name, the second one of me. He's in a face mask. Juan, can you unmute yourself, please? All right, I don't know why he's not unmuting.
There. Okay.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Sorry, I didn't get a link, and I'm feeling under the weather, so that's why I'm in a mask. Yeah. So I wanted to be a cultural arts commissioner. I wanted to continue on and do another term if you guys let me. I've been on the Cultural Arts Commission now. I think I filled in for 2 years previously, and then I'm just finishing up my first term. I'd like to do another term. I think in 4 years, the last 4 years, I've definitely got help keep the Cultural Arts Commission the momentum going from what we've had. We've gotten a lot. I think we've got more projects done in the 4 years that I've been here than the previous commissioners did for their 8 years. I had a hand in helping out with, the painting of the state park, the mural that we got up on the utility building there on Redondo, or whatever that street is. We've got those cement things, the bullards, I think they're called.
Bollards, yeah.
Bollards, yeah, we got those going. We're still moving the Gateway project. That one's still moving along. And there's just a lot of projects. The Artesia corridor, I'm on that subcommittee as well. And being a Artesia District 4 community member, there's a lot of projects that I still have a vested interest in making sure they succeed. I'm also somebody, I think, I don't know, I might be the only commissioner that has a utility box wrapped down by the Strand Hotel. So I'm familiar with a lot of the processes and things that we've got to do as far as the public, applying for things and getting those things done. But it's been a fulfilling position for me to volunteer my time and give back to the community and actually see my time and my investment come to fruition, through the art that we've managed to put up in the city. I don't know how many people you guys interviewed, or I think me and Kristen Kelly are up for re-election. She and I might be the only two left, the holdovers from the original commission. So that's I'd like to throw my hat back in there.
Okay, thank you. You've hit your time mark. Councilmember Obaji, thank you for patching him in. Appreciate that. And thank you for your service. I appreciate it. And you're right, there's a lot of things going on in the Cultural Arts Commission, and we need folks like you helping keep the ball moving forward. We got a few more things that'll be coming at you too. But I'm not going to go over those right now. Councilmember Waller.
Yeah, you mentioned the utility box wrap, and that's something that I would like to see us getting into more. Is that something that you could help work and help people know how to do? Because I can tell you when I knock on doors, people with boxes in front of their houses, they say, how do I get that on mine? So definitely your experience would be useful there to continue that program.
Okay, cool.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I can definitely make it better.
Councilmember Obaji, since you patched him in, anything you wanted to say?
I'll just respond to Councilmember Waller and say that when I've experienced it, we've inquired about boxes. We've been unable to get them wrapped because they didn't belong to the city.
Okay.
Any
That's all, thanks.
questions or comments about Juan?
No, he's done great work. Thank you. Thanks for showing up, Juan, even though you're sick.
Yeah, and thanks for dialing in while you're sick, and Councilmember Obaji, thanks for patching him in. Otherwise, we wouldn't have heard from him. Okay. With that, anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
There is no one online, Mayor.
Okay. So we are complete on that item. And that takes us to the end of the meeting because we covered the other ones. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. The next meeting of the City Council will be the closed session at 4 p.m. and the regular open session at 6 p.m. next Tuesday, July 21st, 2026, right here in council chambers. Thanks to all of you who came down and applied and took the time to interview with us. I use this interview to help make my selection. I think all of you use it as well. So how this process will work, it's in the agenda, but they'll get their recommendations to me and then I'll make my final recommendation back to them, and then they're gonna, then hopefully they bless my final list that I send back to them. We are also, as of next meeting, going to announce the positions that are open due to absences. People have missed 3 or more meetings in the past, well, since October when we passed the new ordinance. So there will be more positions opening. If you know people who should apply or who wanted to apply and didn't get to it or felt there weren't enough positions, tell them there's more positions opening up. And it's, let's see, budget and finance, cultural arts, planning, well, we already had the planning one, public amenities, and public works, safety and sustainability. So pretty wide span of openings that will be opening up due to absences. So thank you very much. Well done by all of you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming down.
Have a good night. Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah.